Okay. Okay, I'm back, I guess. I'm back. Writing it on Twitter. So, I don't know what exactly happened just now. Uh, I think YouTube is having his moments right now, and apparently I cannot use other YouTube videos or something as reference. But yeah, so okay, hello everyone. I know it was written it didn't go on the rule of YouTube. Yeah, right? Like it was very weird. Anyways, apparently I'm not allowed to use other YouTube videos probably as example, I guess. Very interesting. I didn't know about this. Maybe I should have tried to inform myself a little bit more about this kind of topic before I do streams. But yeah, we are doing the workaround and we're using Sakagaburu now. So that way YouTube can probably not report me. Yeah, hello everyone. Hopefully you will enjoy the stream. It's gonna be an educational stream. I will repeat now what I just said, basically to introduce the stream. So yeah, hopefully it will be helpful for you guys. So basically, my take on this is I want to explain how to correctly observe things, let it influence your work, and learn from it, and then build a visual library for yourself for your long-term memory. So I'm gonna like elaborate a little bit more about how I study things for myself and how I found myself like learning a little bit more and better. So it's mostly about, observing things very carefully, like analyzing it, going through it frame by frame, and then applying it onto my animations. And in the animation process, I'm gonna use a lot of trial and error to figure out the techniques that have been used behind these animations that I've been observing. Yeah, let's start pretty quick. Uh, well, yeah, I do know it, Sakuga Sensei. Anyways, let's start real quick. I have a very cool animator open up. Norio Matsumoto is probably one of the animators I'm studying next after I've been studying a lot of Yutaka Nakamura. And I want to show you guys how I will learn maybe a little bit from him. I don't know how much I might be learning, but there's a lot of things to learn from him since he is one of the gods apparently. So first of all, I'm gonna open up a clip. Like just this is one is from Hunter x Hunter 1999, and you can see how really dynamic the camera shots are, how very smooth the motion is, how nicely drawn the characters are, and how dynamic it is. Nori Matsumoto is very well known for his moves, for his poses, choreography, basically everything. He's one of the gods, as previously mentioned. So that's the clip that we watched right now, and now we're gonna want to go a little bit more in detail. So I'm gonna like take the clip that I actually want to learn about the most. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go through it step by step, frame by frame. So for example, the guy who's like introducing the fight is lifting his arm right here, like his hand, and there's like a little bit of anticipation before he starts like swinging down his hand. So there's like a little emphasis on it so the audience can follow up. then he's like, you have this very fast motion down there, and then you still have that kind of follow through where the arm is like getting lifted up again. Then we have Gon like getting all smeary. He's like deforming. That's probably if you guys like study some principles, that's like just squash and stretch that he's using right here. Doing the same thing for the other character. You can see how he's like getting super deformed, and to show off how he's like going off. The drawings from Norio Matsumoto are like have very nice forms and volume, which makes it very appealing to look at. They give a very good feeling, and that's also something we want to include in the animation that we're about to do. So we're going further. We're going more to the interesting part. He's using a lot of smears again. Love the wobbly lines, like how he's going down and then transition into an actual normal frame, and from there on he's like getting all smeary again. He's going fast, speeding up a lot. Norio Matsumoto, I think he used kind of many smears on the beginning to emphasize the speed they are going, and after that he got a little bit more consistent with the poses and the motion and stuff like that. Anyways, so this is one of many works. It's probably the most well-known ones are the one where Sasuke is fighting Naruto, anticipating all these jumps out of the water by using these bubbles. Then having a lot of very circular shapes for the water particles. There are too many to count actually, but probably very easily drawn in like 1 or 2 strokes. We have multiple layers that we can use. For example, there's probably one layer in front for the water in front. Then you have the splash. Another layer for the characters that fly out of the water, so for Naruto basically. And one more layer in the back for the other water. So we have in total around 4 or 5 layers that he's probably using. For example, over here in this shot, he broke it down into like, I think 4 layers. Yeah, we have Sasuke right here, who's already like punching some of the clones. Then, so the smoke emphasizes that the clone just disappeared. Then we have the water. We have Naruto's. Though this Naruto might be on another layer than the Naruto's in front, and we have a background layer. And you can see, but yeah, I think all the Narutos are on the same layer drawn on the same layer. So it's like multiple characters. So now you can see that Sasuke is definitely behind these Naruto characters right here. So his feet basically disappears behind the Naruto's. So it's probably 2 layers. For this one, I think there's also multiple layers going on. We have, yeah. So basically, we keep doing that. We keep breaking down the layers, how many layers he used, how he basically tried to time it, going through it, as said, frame by frame, analyzing maybe where he uses 3s, 2s, 1s, and all that kind of stuff. Okay? So then we try to understand why he is using that kind of this kind of timing or these kind of poses to emphasize like the feeling for what's going on in that shot. After we've done that, we are trying to use that method, and like all the observations we've done might not be are like in our short-term memory right now. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna close the file, and then we're actually going straight into the trial and error mode. So I found like these 2 shots that I want to try, or like these 3 shots that I want to try to animate. The first shot was the one with where the clones come out of the water. Second shot would be the clones flying towards towards Sasuke. The fourth shot would wait. The third or the fourth shot, whatever. It's gonna be Sasuke punching the clones in midair. And the last shot is where the clones like fall down to the water, and they like it's like the water has some solid surface, and they disappear onto the water. So those are like the things that we wanna animate right now. I'm not sure. I'm gonna keep it very rough, so it's gonna be very. It's all gonna be like animated with an very simplified gestures. So we can go through it very quick. Hello Blue, hello Azo. Yeah, 1 versus many is actually quite a challenge. The problem is just with each new character you need to draw, you have one more character to draw apparently. Because imagine you already take a long time to just animate one character. How much time would you need if you want to animate like 40 characters in one scene? The amount of time you gotta like get into that is actually very massive Moby. So it takes a long time draw everyone at once. I mean, some people can probably do that, but you need to have like a very strong experience for that. But if you're like starting out, it's probably better to learn how to animate one character at a time first, and then trying to emphasize. All right, so let's get started. I'm gonna roughly draw out the background for now. We just observed the scenes. We didn't observe it too much in depth. We looked at it for a few minutes probably, but that's about it. We can't remember. Oh, oops. We can't remember the exact positions and composition. But yeah, the more often you do it, the better your idea will get for this kind of stuff. You will start to analyze more precise over time the more often you do it. The thing is, while we have this all in our short-term memory right now, we are trying to use it actively in this animation process. So we are trying to work with the information right away, so they can be, so we can like create a long-term memory out of the short-term memory, so we can always reuse it because we already put time and practice into this to analyze the thing that we just observed. I think this is one of the most effective, like a very effective method in learning. It's another form of actively learning. Like usually you would always look at the reference back and forth. But that way we are going a little bit further, and we are actually using a very scary method because we can't see the actual reference anymore. Like the only thing we have is the actual information inside our head. So we have to replay that animation we observed inside our head multiple times to actually get it down correctly. The thing is, we will probably do a lot of mistakes, and that is where trial and error comes in. That's where you actually try to break down the techniques that you observed, and then trying to apply it onto your animation. It's very important to do that kind of stuff, and it's like I feel like a lot of animators or tutorials do not emphasize this kind of method enough, or like give enough details about this. Or like maybe a lot of people are not conscious about this method. But yeah, I'm not a friend of using references like in terms of like holding it next to myself all the time. So I'm just trying to, let it just influence my work by using the information I got from the short-term memory. So what I'm drawing right now, I'm drawing the rocks. With this line right here, I already tried to, have some kind of idea where the water level might be. And then I'm gonna animate this scene, basically reanimate the scene from my memory that I just observed. Yeah. Hello everyone who also joined in to the stream. Yeah, I had a little bit of starting issues because apparently I cannot use another YouTube video to for my live stream and use it as reference or something. Even though it was all about education, it's not about making any money right here. It's just I'm just trying to teach you something about my work method. I'm gonna try to animate multiple shots, and I'm gonna try to animate them very fast. So I apologize if they will look very wonky or weird or bad. But this is just all for the sake of educating you guys. Yeah, basically, Sakuga Sensei, you're not wrong. We're doing practically the same. We are still doing our own thing, but we are trying to very consciously think about the stuff that we just observed. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense to you. I'm gonna go over the silhouette a little bit so it's a little bit more clear to see. Maybe have some trees or something in the back. We are basically drawing a layout right now. Okay. So, also, I think it's very important to break it down always into very simple shapes and gestures and do not get too lost into some of the details. Because, first of all, you're gonna lose a lot of time. You're gonna build up a lot of frustration because things will not look as right as you imagine them to be. And you will also neglect the techniques that you're actually trying to learn about. Gestures are very helpful to just learn about the techniques itself. So, stream. What date is it today? Oh man. Already May. What the hell? Yeah. Okay, got my background, and now I'm gonna break down the layers. Gonna duplicate my layers. I said I needed like 5 or something. So let's get these 5 layers in. So we have layer C, D, and E. So layer A is always on the bottom, and every other layer that's coming will be on top of it, just so you know. It's the same method that we would use in anime. Like layer A always on the bottom, and every other letter is going above it. Okay? Hey man, even if Guzzu says this, he is probably very honest about himself. Let him say things like he wants to, okay? I don't think he's a bad person. Uh, and he's just trying to help people, okay? Okay, let's get going. We're gonna select the right layer. I prepared like preview layers. So what I have right here, it looks very complicated, but basically I just created a folder system for the animation that I'm working on. So for me, the layer air is for roughs. Then we have the layers color, where I'm gonna fill in all the color. Layer S, which is basically a vector layer, is for the shading, and layer L is for the liner. So in case I really like this animation and someday I want to clean it up, I have all the layers prepared already and can work from this. It will probably not happen, but you guys get the idea. So first of all, we have some waves going on. I'm gonna start with a little bit with the top layers. Oh, hold on a second. Yeah, I'm gonna start with the very top layer. I'm gonna animate this one in threes for now. So in threes, that means that the timing is a little bit slower than the usual stuff that I would animate. So now I'm gonna try to get the idea about maybe I should already. Okay, actually I can do this much faster already with filled in colors. Let's use the lasso fill tool. Okay, I don't know if guys know the lasso fill tool in Clip Studio Paint. So basically I'm selecting an area and it instantly gets filled with the color. So I'm gonna do that now, and I'm basically blocking out shapes. So the wave will be in the very front. I'm using onion skin for this. Okay. I'm not very like I don't know exactly know how to animate water that properly. So the first times we're probably just figuring out how it actually moves. I think it's more like an S curve. So it will look a little bit whack since it's just one color so far. But the true magic is gonna happen as soon as I'm gonna add more layers. This problem is also that even if we analyze what's happening basically in that anime, we also gotta consider that most of the time the key animator just animated the keyframes, right? And partly it's done by the in-betweener, and that's where you also need to analyze where the in-betweens might have happened, and so you understand how to plan your keys a little bit more correctly. It actually requires a lot of experience over time, but maybe you will get the idea. So what I got right now, I animated the water. Maybe it looks a little bit like water to you guys. Hopefully it hopefully does. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna use a color layer for this one, and we'll draw like multiple colors on top to get some volume in and a little bit more depth. So the new color I'm gonna use now is a little bit darker, and it should emphasize. Let's see. Should it be darker or brighter? How do I actually draw water? Okay, this is where problem solving comes in. That's like the big experimenting phase. And but also that is where your originality remains for what you're animating. So what I'm doing right now, I'm trying to get an idea about how I would basically color these frames so they have more depth and give an actual feeling about water, how to emphasize the volume. Alright, this actually might already work out, but since I want to have it like a little bit more interesting, I'm gonna try to add in a little bit more shapes, a few more shapes, so it feels like there's more depth into it. So now comes the actual hard part. The hard part is, since my onion skin doesn't work so well, I will not see how the shape is moving into the next frame. So I have to flip constantly back and forth and then basically try to feel how it would change. Okay, so it still makes sense, but without breaking too much of the shape. Since it's water and it's liquid, it's not much of a big deal if it changes. But we are trying to go with the overall silhouette that we've drawn previously. All these kind of techniques can be like understood or broken down while you observe. Okay? You will come up with more creative solutions the more often you do it. And it's also where it becomes much more, where your skill actually starts to develop even crazier and further. If that makes any sense to you. Maybe it's also just, I don't know if this works for everyone, by the way, this techniques that I'm trying to explain right here. In all honesty, like it's just something that kind of worked for me over the past. And it's probably a little bit different from how the usual animation approach would work for others. Okay. So you can also, I can use probably the brighter color a little bit more freely, and yeah, play around with it a little bit more. So what we got are 2 frames so far. Pretty nice. This will take a little bit longer time, but it's the front layer, so it probably also has the most detail, and we are trying to, stick with that. This one is probably the hardest layer of all of them. The rest will probably be a little bit more easier. So what I'm trying to do right here is I'm trying to grab around certain spaces onto the water, and then I'm trying to like get a little bit of idea of how the water would feel like. So what I'm trying to think of is that the water is having this kind of curve, like if I would draw like a whole word, he would use his arrows to emphasize the surface. Okay, it's like basically wrapping around. Hopefully you guys understand that. Okay. once you like get the idea about the method that I'm trying to explain, you might see things in a very different. Try to see things in a lot of different ways. The most important thing about this technique is to become aware about your surrounding, about everything that's around you. The reason is because everything around you can be used later on in your animation career. Even old memories about like when you were maybe visiting your grandma and she would pour you in a cup of tea, or she had like certain traits that you never realized until a certain until a certain age. She would probably you would probably like be able to pick these up again and use that as animation reference from your memory, and like get this feeling into your animation. Okay. And yes, I use Clip Studio Paint X. That it's written. Wait, it's not written on top of my thing anymore. Wait, I'm gonna make a new layer. Write it down. Gonna call it animation software. So the question is always, I'm gonna like just say, all right, over here is where I'm answering the certain questions that are like asked very often. So the question simply doesn't pop up on the chat anymore. Because, dude, I've been answering this question probably around thousands of times. It's very insane how often this question is asked, and sometimes you even write this down inside your underneath the animations that you just posted. People would still ask what software you used. It's very crazy. I think most people are just so in heat. They are like, "Wow, how did you do that?" And then they don't think about the question, or like they don't even try to look for the answer. They just ask a question without thinking too much about it. So what I'm animating right now is just I'm feeling the animation, flipping back and forth. I'm feeling how the lines would move. And yeah, that's basically about it. This will go on for a few frames now. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them in the chat right now. I can probably answer them next to the process that I'm doing right now. Otherwise, I'm just gonna talk more about the technique that I'm trying to bring across, and that took me a long while to understand myself. So if I'm not happy with the shape, I can reshaping it by just copying another color and then dragging the silhouette over it. It's not needed though. It looks fine. I'm keeping it kind of rough. So what I'm doing right now, I'm always trying to like get the darker layer first, so I can easily draw on top of it with the other one. Trying to keep like some kind of bubblish shape because it's water after all. So if water would be broken down, it's basically just a bunch of particles. I don't know how far I will take it, but I will try to at least do 3 shots right here. So hopefully I do not take too long to do each shot. But yeah, I also hope there will be some learning experience in here. So the stream will go on for a long while. I will probably stream for maybe 3 hours or something, or 5. What got me into animating is very easy to actually find out. You just go onto my YouTube channel, then you scroll all the way down, and then you see tons of stick figure animations. It's basically that. And tons of Naruto fan animations. So definitely would say in the stream I'm basically returning to my origin, where my actual animation inspiration came from. It's definitely something like Naruto. Back then, when I first saw the Naruto fight from um, Norio Matsumoto, like the one that I'm trying to, learn from right now, that's the one that blew me off my feet, man. Like that's something that will probably carry with me for forever. Like it will always be with me. It's like one of the main inspirations. Obviously, there's more stuff that inspires me now. Like so many more animators that I found out about. It's like so many animators out there that's so super skilled that you can learn from. Just and I see sometimes I find new animators every day to it, like a lot of skilled ones as well. There's so many still hidden that I haven't seen yet, and you can definitely learn from everyone. That's what I'm pretty sure of. That's why communities are so important. For like can understand that you can learn from everyone. You can have like the craziest improvement. What also helps is to constantly give feedback without, of course, hurting the person. You just want to help the person out after all. So all you can do is giving suggestions. You like cannot tell the person how to change or go for your personal taste, but you can definitely tell the person, if you would do that and that, it might bring out your animation a little bit more, or it will make your animation look more interesting, things like that. And if the person respects you, then the person will probably also agree and be like, oh yeah, you're right, that actually sounds cool. And I think while you analyze or like writing this feedback, you also might, you know, see new things for yourself or like learn new things for yourself. And that happened to me very often, to be honest. Sometimes it was, like giving feedback to people that were basically starting out with animation and they were still doing the bouncing ball, but then like I gave them feedback to their bouncing ball basically. And while I wrote this feedback, I was like, oh dude, am I actually doing that? Or like, wow, I actually could use that information for myself. And yeah, it's very interesting. Like you can always get something new out of everyone's animation. It doesn't matter the skill level that person has. Of course, there's like much more hidden knowledge within the animation of a great animator like Norio Matsumoto or Yutaka Nakamura. That's just because they are in the game for so long. That's also something we want to do right away, of course, because yeah, they are crazy. They blow us off our feet. So we definitely want to learn that as fast as possible. But that's where getting a bit dangerous because there's so much stuff we actually do not know about, and then we all just trying to do these flashy, crazy fights using impact frames, whatever, like all kind of very advanced techniques, I would say, or very advanced, uh, yeah, well, let's say techniques. Um, and these techniques that these people use also took them a long while to, get these techniques work for them. But the difference between them and us is they have 50 years, so they have 20 years of work experience. We all want to probably do like movies like Hayao Miyazaki or like the Trigger movies or something. But that's not so possible so easily. You need to have like a crazy skill for that. Okay, let's see. I don't think I actually need onion skin for this. So what I'm trying to do now is I'm gonna try to break away this wave over here from this wave over here, so they become separate waves. That gives a little bit more feeling for the devs, for the dev. Um, I use actually Wacom Cintiq 22 HD. Um, took a long time to get it since I've been doing like multiple jobs over years. Before that, I used an Wacom Intuos Pro, which is also very good tablet to be honest. So I still suggest that one. But yeah, the one that will work for you, you will probably find it. Oh, hold on a second. Your tablet is broken. That feels bad, man. Did you learn to draw anatomy stuff before you started doing stick figure animations? No, it was the other way around. I learned to do stick figures first. Do you know about those 51 animation exercises? And if you do, have you tried them? I tried them up to exercise 9, and then I thought, oh yeah, that's stupid shit. I don't want to do this. Why does the long does the word long is more short than the word short? Oh, good question. Hey, more question I missed? I don't think so. And if I do, just ask them again. When you start animating, I think it looks okay, but when you finish, I'm like, whoa, how did you do that? It's always like that. Like, you're starting basically from zero, so you cannot expect that the drawing will instantly look good. You need to build it up step by step, and that's the whole magic behind it. You're using basically simple tricks and techniques that you've developed, and then you have some kind of workflow, that's what you call it, that brings out the actual quality of the animation later on. Okay, we are on frame 5, so we are like halfway through now. Hopefully. Okay, I messed up over here. Quick fix. I'm also animating always outside of the canvas, just in case I want to use some kind of camera, and the camera is like using more of the space. It's also very important if you like have, for example, you have like half body shots. For example, your character is like this, you know, like right in front. Then you cannot see the feet. But to me, the feet positioning is very important so I can balance out my character well enough. So I would probably extend the canvas down here. So I can actually draw the legs and the feet, and it will look more natural. Oops, it's the wrong tool. Okay, I think it's going slowly in a good direction. So based on what timing you use, you can also emphasize the weight behind something. So if you animate something on force, you can say, alright, it has very slow timing, but it also will feel very heavy that way. Um, so I'm animating this on trees to emphasize that the waves are kind of big, like on the front. But also like using the way you use timing is really depends on how smart you use your drawings. Um, have it still open? No, I don't have it open anymore. I will show it to you later. Something very interesting. It's a very like the way you can use timing can be so advanced, but it always depends on what drawings you do or how you draw in general. The combination of drawings and timing is what makes it so special. What makes it look so great. What can give you the feeling of it being uh, yeah, mind-blowing. Drawing is definitely a very big part, yes. But correct timing can definitely be very helpful too. We already spoke about Gus a little bit. He, for example, has having a tremendous feeling for timing. And I feel like if he would clean up more of his drawings or like actually start doing Gengas, he would just blow up. Like even further than he does right now. Like he would go wild. Holy shit. I don't want to even think about it how crazy he would go. And how much people would actually start, you know, hyping him up. He got everything what he takes, but in my opinion, sorry if it sounds rude, he doesn't use all of it. He really doesn't. Like he is such a skill animator actually. I think he isn't self-aware about that. And that's why he says things like, hey, I know I'm not the most excellent animator. But he doesn't do it because he wants to like, talk bullshit or anything. He does that because he truly believes that. He is like very humble, and that's fair. That's fine. That's cool. I think nobody should judge someone for that. It's always about how far can you think in, like how far can you, say, understand the person who says that kind of stuff, All right, 3 more frames to go, and we're done with the water. As you can see, it kind of looks okay. There's probably a few issues here and there that hopefully I can fix. Okay, so this one over here will not work out. So I'm gonna play around with this a little bit. Have you ever worked with Frank Lee? No, I haven't, but I know him. He's on my server. I talk to him sometimes. He's a very cool person. Very nice. I think he's Korean. All Koreans are so good at drawing. It's it's very scary, to be honest. Like, the Koreans have such crazy draftmanship. It's insane. They definitely can, in draftmanship, I think they can compete very well with Japanese animation. At least from the Korean artists and animators I've seen so far. Maybe they use similar techniques to learn it. I'm not sure, to be honest. For Chinese animation, for example, it's probably catching up now, slowly, more and more. It really depends on, I think, like these streaming platforms like Bilibili that actually make like slowly create good payment for the animators. Probably not for all shows, but I heard about like occasions where it would slowly get better. So I could imagine that the budget will also, you know, get more animators to work for Chinese productions instead of Japanese ones. It's just because of the money, I guess. Well, of course, it also depends on which director works behind it, obviously. Let's say we think about uh, the one that thing that I worked on, the Outcast animation. Who wouldn't want to work with Seiki? Like, first of all, a very great person, very great personality, and he is probably one of the most hardworking people I've ever met. He is making so sure that the quality will remain, every drawing will be corrected, and he's absolutely amazing. Like, can't I don't have another way to describe this person. Like, he is just absolutely mind blowing. And if Chinese production gets more of these kind of directors included, and then it will automatically also drag in the animators and like attract these animators, because obviously they all want to work with that director. You blinked and missed most of the stream. That happens. You're worrying about your future because you don't know if you want to animate for you start like if you don't know that if you should start for animating for studio. Well, if you get the chance to work for a studio, oh man, do it. Honestly, you will learn so much. But first of all, you need to get onto that level that the studio actually wants to hire you. Okay, so here's the thing. That's actually way harder than done, to be honest. Like getting hired in a studio, you definitely need some skill to show off. First of all, you need that. Then you need have like uh, probably very solid drawings. You probably need a name in the animation industry already if the studio actually wants to hire you full time. Surely it depends on the studio, what kind of production you would like go for. If it's Eastern, Western, European, whatever. It also depends on where you come from. If you're like from French or something, there's probably a few studios with a little bit lower expectations, with either easier works that you can get into. But if you would like want to work for Japanese production, oh man, working in the studio is not as easy as you thought it would be. You probably would need to also speak Japanese. You need to have, as I said, valuable knowledge about the pipeline, all that kind of stuff. So please don't underestimate it. If you can make yourself a name as freelancer, then you probably have a higher chance once you really apply for a studio. That's basically what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to do so much freelance work that at some point one studio will say, hey, actually would like to hire you. You did such a great job. We like your work, you like your personality, you were very responsible, etc. That's basically the best thing that could happen to you. But you know, to get to this point, it's a very long way probably. Heck man, I'm not even animating in this. I'm not even working full time in the studio. So, but to be fair, I never tried to apply for studio. Well, I did in the beginning. And that was like three years ago probably. But nowadays, I just try to do as much freelance work as possible instead, in hope for this one occasion that I just explained to come up. Okay, I think after this one we're almost done with the water in front. We go one layer done, then holy crap. Okay, I think this might take much longer than I expected it to be. But maybe I'm also putting in a little bit too much work into the study. I think I just enjoy drawing these shapes and animating this water. How it will look, I will probably see that in a bit. I'm gonna play it in a bit when I finish the last frame. Nika is also a good animator. He taught you TSP. I do not know Nika, I'm sorry. Good pay from anime is not to be expected when you start on very early. Like, probably when you getting hired, you will probably have a very low payment because you're more likely a trainee. So they probably will teach you a thing before you actually, get on that level. First of all, you need to develop certain amount of speed. You need to be able to provide a consistent quality. So your drawings need to be on point. Your work needs to be delivered correctly, and it needs to be very well organized. It needs to be definitely. It just needs to be good. Let's say it like this. And who knows when you will reach that point, and the director trusts you fully. You know, it also depends a little bit on luck, I would say. To find that studio that like says, all right, yeah, we trust you in what you do. You're fast. We actually also want to raise your payment or give you a good monthly salary. I mean, you guys probably heard all these stories about very low paid animators, and it's just a fact that it will always be that way. Or like not always, but it will not change that fast. Definitely not change fast. If you want to like learn a little bit more about this kind of stuff, there's like this animation YouTube channel. It's called Animator Dormitory. They're basically a place for young animators who want to start out in animation industry, and they explain all the struggles, and they're making crowdfundings and stuff like that, so the animators do not have to pay a big amount of rent or something, and can freely take their time to learn inside the dormitory, and also work for the studios that they really want to work with. Okay, so this is my water animation. Yeah, it's not perfect, but you can clearly see it's probably working, right? I think it turned out kind of fine. I'm now going to the next layer. So this shot will be very quick because, as we observed in our reference, that is not open anymore. The Naruto clones just pop out of the water right here. So we will have another water effect on another layer later, and the Naruto clones just boom, flying out like rockets. So the shot will be very quick before it transitions into the next one. Okay, yeah, let's go with the next layer, which the layer is on the bottom. So it should be already one of the Naruto clones, I guess. So let's say I'm gonna have him like pop out over here. Then I'm gonna have him animated in twos, as well as the water effect. That's basically splitting up in a lot of particles very fast. So I'm gonna use the same color for this. Let's see if I'm actually on the right layer. Hold on a second. Yeah, I'm on the right layer, but actually I want to use a little bit different color. I think this time I'm gonna use the fill tool actually. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna draw it out a bit more carefully. So what I'm gonna do is like the water is like, you know, being a little bit circular, like the surface is like blown up, and then it's like popping, you know, into the particles. It's like popping up and then going into, as I said, into these particles. That's how I'm gonna animate the water. I'm gonna delete this one. I don't need it. This looks a little bit wacky. Let's try to have solid shapes going on. The reason why some drawings feel so good is also because of the usage of shapes. Because shapes express feelings. So if your drawings have very strong shapes, people will be like, oh wow, that looks so cool, and stuff like that, because it has style and set shapes. Keep that in mind. Yeah, I'm gonna use a little bit brighter color for this. Okay, yeah, so I got a problem right here with my filling. It's also, so yeah, depending on how strong my color matching it is, it will fill in correctly. Okay, I'm gonna take this one away for this when I want to fill it in. Gonna take away some of the very unnecessary lines. Wait, what the hell is going on? Oh, I see. So basically, my fill tool, when also with the other lines. Interesting. Okay, cool. So next frame, I need this color again. What I can do now in Clip Studio Paint, I selected the color with the color picker. Hopefully I selected the correct one. Yeah, I did. I can now go to my section over here, and then I press on Add Drawing Color, and now it's always here, and I can always just press on it whenever I need it. Now I want to have the fill color, Add Drawing Color, and it's always there. So I will always pick the correct color that I need. Okay. So yeah, now we're gonna have this pop-in shape that I was talking about. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna hold the pen and draw one line that sticks together. Like move it very slowly and kind of, you know, I'm basically shaking a little bit. Let's say like that. And have these what's it called? These spikes. A little bit more rounded shapes on the bottom. Adding some particles right here. Kind of like this. And you can see how nicely it turns out and how cool it looks like. Of course, these kind of shapes, they don't come overnight, or like the idea for this. I've put a lot of research into these. I really suggest to check out animators like maybe Yo Yoshinari, who has probably one of the strongest shapes I've ever seen. Um, yeah, and like I don't know, Shingo Fuji, uh, Takafumi Hori, all these kind of animators basically. There's many out there. Try to inform yourself. I suggest to like check Sakugame's or like videos about effects. I suggest to check real life footage about water in general. And it can be also slow motion footage. So you see slowly how the water behaves, like frame by frame. And it gives you, like, you can then emphasize the feeling much better because it will help you to understand it much better. Okay, we got frame number 2. So it's still going a little bit up before it goes down again and splitting into particles. Oh wait, maybe I should already have it split into... okay, it's now I'm trying to already have the water, you know, giving these roundish holes into it. Like this. So it feels like it's already, you know, losing the consistent shape. Oh, and the software is standing right here. Maybe you don't see it well enough. Maybe you should drag out the window. Hold on a second. And put this one down. Now you can always see the software. Okay. So what we're trying to do is have the shape wrap around the position. I think I messed up a little bit because the problem right here is I should have probably animated my character. So I have the actually correct direction which my character is moving. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna sketch out a real quick gesture for the character. And he's actually should go into that kind of direction. Right? So my dude. Let's actually try to animate these Naruto things that we observed. Let's have a like, it's still very fresh in my mind. I don't know if I can draw it correctly though. I don't have Naruto character sheet right next to me. For characters, if you really want to learn how to animate, if you really want to animate certain characters though, then you need to a character sheet. Like you need to constantly look at the character design to actually not forget about the details when you clean it up. Okay, so don't do it like me right now. Just have your character design open up that you want to animate. The technique I'm talking about, like using the thing that we observed and then animate from memory, just works with gestures and effects and like that. It's just for study purpose. It's not for, you know, creating a full-fledged animation probably. I don't even know if I'm drawing it correctly or drawing Naruto correctly. Oh man, these feet. Epic. And he's like shooting out of the water like in 2 or 3 frames maybe. So the water needs to be more like this point of the part of the water needs to also go more with the direction of Naruto. Oh, the problem is now that my color is not in the screen. Oops. This is probably a little bit better. Now it can also wrap around the volume of the water around him, stuff like that, and it will make it a little bit more fitting. Definitely gotta redo this one. It looked cool, but it's not useful. That's about it. It just looked cool. Okay, I think I'm gonna angle him a little bit more like this. Yeah, and now he's gonna like going in a slight curve. Hello. I'm sorry, my microphone just broke. Yeah, I'm using the Lasso fill tool for the FX. Um, in the beginning, it needs a little bit time to get used to, but then it's becoming very cool. It's becoming very helpful. Hello, roadside man. Glad to see you around. How is your break going? And yeah, that's Naruto. Hello, Sadivo. I don't know how to pronounce the name. I'm sorry. I probably did it wrong. Sad Evil. I don't know. Can you like can you please tell me how to pronounce it correctly? Um, hello Xeros also, and Panda and Velcreek and basically everyone who's here that I know. Oh man, I probably fucked up. Like, I'm gonna like, also drag him. Squash and stretch him. I'm gonna use a more simplified shape over here. And then trying to draw the details on top. Okay, those are the 2 frames where the Naruto actually pops up. He's there for 2 frames. That's about it. Then the layer is basically, wait, maybe one more frame, one more smeary frame right here. But that's about it actually. That should be it. Maybe I'm gonna keep the layers right here because I'm gonna draw one more Naruto popping up right here somewhere. So I'm gonna have another water effect going on. Maybe I'm gonna have one more Naruto flying in the back, so, or maybe in the front for 1 frame or something. Hello, Efik. F-A-F-E-I-K. Hello, Ant Animations. Hello, Myru. Glad to see familiar faces. Road sign, how is your break going? Like, I haven't heard from you in a while, man. Sometimes I'm a little bit worried, but I know you'll probably be fine. Sometime up, sometime down. That's how it is sometimes. Okay. So this Naruto is coming off right here. Boom, and then he's shooting. I'm gonna drag. I'm gonna like squash and like I'm gonna stretch this one real hard to emphasize the speed he's going. It looks funny. Uh, okay. So we have the second Naruto and the third one, who's coming a little bit from further behind. So he's gonna stick. He's gonna be longer on the frames than just 2. He's gonna be there for 3 frames. Also, this is just a study. I will not post this one on social media probably. Or maybe I will, I don't know. This one having a slight angle more towards the camera and into this direction. I don't know what kind of spacing he used exactly because I didn't skip through the frames correctly. But I have the scene. I probably saw the scene a few times, so kind of know how it, might look like a little bit. Hopefully, the perspective on this one is not too off. Kind of looks like it though. Well, then we can go all off. Yeah, I'm just gonna fly. He's gonna fly off screen over here. Whoops. Okay, so what I think is they are too slow. They are definitely too slow. So I'm changing up the timing. Now I look very fast. You can barely see it. Clip Studio Paint can't even record it properly. Very nice. Yeah, this one is definitely flying in the wrong angle. Since they are so fast, doesn't matter if it's drawn correctly or not. We can use basically the blurring method that we observed. Could probably draw like just a blur, kind of like this. Yeah. Okay. The reason why we can follow up is because we're gonna animate the water more detailed. So that way we can basically see, alright, oh, something came out of this position. So the water will work as follow through, which makes it easier for us to follow up. Okay, let's get back into the water, I guess. Into the water. Okay. So I want the water to, come a little bit towards the audience. The reason why probably gets this a little bit or kind of correct is because I've been observing a lot of water animations from Inoue. How is it called again? Uh, yeah, just look up Inoue Sakugame, crazy animator, super realistic style, insanely nicely done water effects. Okay, oh, I don't like this one too much. This one might take a little while to figure out. We got trial and error coming in right here. I wanted to like wrap around it a little bit. Then it starts splitting up into particles more and more, frame by frame. And that's where it also becomes a little bit complicated, because you can add endless amount of particles, to be honest. Like, if I want to make it really accurate or like really in-depth study, I would probably animate so many particles now. I mean, I'm already kind of doing it. So now we have the water like coming up for 3 frames, and now it's gonna fall down or break. It's gonna break its shape. Because water is, is a liquid, you know, a liquid kind of effect. I definitely suggest studying something like water, or like doing kind of water effects, because you can go really wild with the shapes. When you understand it, it can be super interesting and super fun to do. Can be a very loose exercise, since water shapes are like not really defined, you know, like except for the particles that they split up into. You can do all kind of shapes with it. Hopefully I'm not talking trash right here. Um, yeah, I like to do these kind of shapes. I'm always trying to like get this roundish feeling in. A lot of particles. So this one over here, it's gonna split up a little bit different, because it basically is still wrapping around the position when Naruto came out of the water. Like this. Can have some, actually we can have some trail that with particles following up, that like different, that kind of follows Naruto's path that he was traveling. I'm pretty sure that I've seen something like that in the reference as well. Okay, it's going a little bit crazy. I think I'm going a little bit crazy with the effect right here. Maybe a little bit too far. Yeah, I definitely don't keep it as simple as I wanted it to keep. That's for sure. So I really greatly apologize for that it will take so long until I finish that. But that's actually how I usually animate recently. When I really try to get my mind into something and, you know, want to learn from that. And I actually try to spend quite some time onto some of the stuff that I'm doing. Okay. So what we could do now is we could reuse that effect basically. If we are lazy, right? But yeah, let's better not do it. Let's try to draw it out correctly. I'm gonna like split it up completely into particles now. The effect will look very detailed. At some point when you add so much, I think it doesn't even matter if it's going correctly, too correctly. Like, uh, it will kind of work out. Actually, I have not figured out completely yet how to have very detailed frames that kind of flow into each other, even though they actually logically doesn't make that much sense. It's like if you put in an overwhelming amount of detail, it kind of will work out all of a sudden. I think I'm not sure if this is like the correct thing I'm saying right now. I actually lost track myself already, so I'm just drawing it somehow. Uh, how I think it would probably make sense. I'm just gonna add in million amounts of particles and stuff like that. Mm. Okay, I think I'm gonna break down to maybe just 2 scenes. Depends on how fast the next one will go. So I also got a little bit of other stuff to do today. And yeah. Is there any more questions that you guys have? Anything you want to know about? Except for the software, maybe? Well, it would be stupid if if freelancers or like studios would use cracked software, to be honest. If someone finds out about this, holy shit. Bless you, man. Like, you probably gotta pay so much money. And I think even if they would use it, they would probably not give this information around. Like, it's kind of stupid. Just saying, like, I don't know, this question is, yeah, not sure if you should ask something like that. It's probably self-explaining if you think about it logically. Okay. What are you gonna do after the stream, Ian? I'm gonna work. Well, probably. And I'm gonna eat dinner. Pretty soon. It depends on how long I'm gonna stream. Mostly I like when I'm onto it, I'm streaming for hours. For a very long time. I'm not sure if you guys have the stamina to watch that long. Okay, for this one, I'm definitely gonna use the Lasso fill tool to get in the color for that effect. Because I'm going too rough now with the shapes. I will probably kind of like that. I'm just gonna go a little bit faster now and trying to just break it down. I'm just going with the arcs where the particles might go. Okay, so see the water effect will look. Oh, looks pretty good. I think it's not too bad. I think it would work. It looks kind of watery to me. Maybe I should reuse that effect. So if I'm very lazy, I could reuse that effect. Okay, what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna add in the color. Oh, that works pretty well. Nice. Let's do it like this. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Going over the shape that didn't get it. Oh, wrong layer. That happens too. Let's see, maybe we can. Oh shit! Ah, actually works out pretty well. And this layer still. Ah, on this one. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm just filling in the colors with Lasso fill. On the parts where I have too many holes, it's actually very needed that you have a very solid connecting lines if you want to use bucket fill. So try to connect these lines, very important. Don't do it like me, or it will kind of look a little bit wacky. You have all these holes that you have to manually fill in, and you will probably not fill in all of them because you're too lazy. But yeah, it will probably look a little bit better now when I add in all the colors. Okay. We're gonna go from here. Whoops, wrong layer again. I need to be a little careful. Okay, now it's gonna be a little bit tricky. You need to figure out where the lines are actually going. I'm gonna turn this down. Going over here. Shazam. I fucked up. Yeah, I should have drawn the shapes more correctly and filled in the holes. So bad example, very bad example. Don't forget to fill in, like, try to keep the line steady if you draw effects. Try to connect them as good as possible. Otherwise, make a second draft, go over it again, and connect them on that layer at least. You can have a rough layer, that's fine. But yeah, if you want to make your effect very beautiful and very nice, it's suggested to connect these lines. Or use the lasso fill too, if you're very lazy like me. Now it's splitting up into a little bit more crazier shape, so I need to kind of figure out how it goes. I have just very rough guidelines for this, and you know, filling in all these particles will probably be a pain in the ass. Let's just hope it's worth it. Okay, still very solid shape over here. My god. Okay, I think I'm just gonna reuse this water effect for the other layers too. I'm gonna show you how I'm probably gonna do it. It's my secret special technique. We're just copying the layer and reusing it basically. But if you like retime it, it will look different. You can reposition it. You can probably even move, scale it, rotate it, whatever you want to do with it. And that way it will look different. Or I'm going crazy and going to do a separate one for the other. Bruce, stop spamming your fucking Discord, man. One more time and I'm just gonna ban you, honestly. Jesus. Fuck, man. I don't post some chill music because I don't want to get my video blocked by YouTube. Copyright and stuff. You can put on some chill music for yourself, though. If people would like to add you on Discord, man, they would ask you. You don't need to advertise yourself. Jeez. It's like begging for attention. Okay. Just a few more frames to go. Hey Panda, you're here, right? And Seraph. Can you help me out? Taking care of the chat. That would be great. So these people, so somebody is not spamming his stuff. You're moderator. Do you feel it? The power? Oh wow, you can definitely abuse it now. Oh, so much power. You just leveled up. You're the special person now. No, but yeah, if you could like keep an eye on the chat and at least tell the people to behave. You can also block them if you think they are annoying. That's fine. We don't want other people to feel uncomfortable over here. Everyone just here to probably learn or like to simply watch and have a good time, and we're not here to promote ourselves too much, right? If you want to promote yourself, do more animations, get better at the stuff you're doing, and definitely people will come towards you randomly by themselves. There's no need to do it like this. Honestly, when I started like the Grindhouse server and stuff like that, like the animation server, it's not like I asked people to join. They basically asked me if they could join, or like and if we asked someone, we asked the person maybe once, and that was about it. It's like, yeah, hey, do you want to join? If not, okay, that's fine. But we wouldn't like spam or Discord tag into their face. Okay, water effect for this one is done. So now I got an idea about the water effect and how I want to do it. Now I can probably do it a little bit easier for the other layers. Oh, it feels actually very great. It's probably one of the best water effects I've ever animated. Nice. I think I got the idea a little bit. Okay, so the question is, do I add more water effects for the other characters too? Yeah, let's just try that. I'm just gonna draw every water effect. I'm gonna take my time. I have no rush. At least I don't feel any rush. You felt much more motivated after joining training camp. That makes sense. Like training camp, like joining animation communities is definitely very helpful, and it's also something I highly recommend to anyone who starts out animation. But the motivation should always come from yourself, and other people shouldn't be responsible for it. So please keep that in mind. Just because you're not in an animation community doesn't mean there's no possibility to learn. Okay, I'm gonna turn off this layer for now. Oops, we don't want to delete all of it. Just a little. Okay. We're gonna... Oh, I've done a mistake on this one. I forgot to add the folders. Oops. Since I will not clean this up, the other layers are unnecessary. So I'm just gonna have 2 layers. I'm gonna delete those. Oh, oops. Okay. Now I need this other color again. This one. Gonna find the holes, close them in. So the color stays inside our silhouette. We might need to reposition this one so it works out better. My goodness. Already streaming for 2 hours. Amazing background. Wait, the background is not even here. The background is over here. Thanks, man. Nice scribble. Appreciate it. Okay. Oh, got the wrong pencil. For this one, I'm gonna try to have a little bit different method. And have the water follow up the character a little bit more. And this time I'm trying to keep the shapes a little bit more consistent. So for if you want to understand how you draw this water like this, it's kind of simple once you understand the method or the physics, like the logic behind it. So imagine I'm gonna draw a little tutorial right now, since I'm starting to understand it myself a little bit better. So first of all, the first step would be your character would be right here. You know, he's like underwater. Whoops, let's give him actual decent legs. So this is the water. He's coming on with full speed, right? He's coming on with full speed. It just works for this scene basically. But if you ever want to try to do that, here's how it works. Here, he's like scratching on the water surface. So the water surface is like all roundish, and you know it's not. He's basically the surface itself is not breaking. It's basically first of all it's deforming. On the second step, the character would basically break through the surface. Right? He's like still have that high speed, but now he's above the water level. So what would happen is he kind of drags the water with him, so the water would kind of follows up. You can see how the shape is now going a little bit more with it, and it would start to, you know, be pushed to the side, so in these directions. So that's why I also have these kind of forms in here, you know, kind of like this. on the third step, when he's actually leaving the water and is already in the air, like this. The water is still in the, like the surface is still going in this direction. The water would kind of, you know, be dragged in, so it goes from this position right here, where it's like still spread out, into this into the middle direction, into this direction. Like it's getting dragged in, it's like getting squeezed in, but the water itself still would rise up and follow up, you know. That's like the third frame, and then in the fourth frame it starts breaking down into particles. That's where like the whole shape is breaking apart. It's going into these particles, and it's flying, and then you just animate tons of particles basically falling down. This is basically how you draw the water. Hey Nazi Joe, hey Four. Sorry, I'm just getting around scrolling through the chat right now. But yeah, if you think this little tutorial is helpful for you guys, I might post it somewhere sometime. It's a very cool tutorial then. Okay, yeah, let's continue with the water effect. As I said, this all I'm animating right now is from memory. I'm not looking actively at the reference. I'm just actively remembering it. Since it's still in my short-term memory, I can make use of it and put that knowledge I have right now into practice. But yeah, before you do that, please analyze correctly. Take your time to analyze the thing you want to learn about. And then like just you either can reanimate the scene like me, or maybe you have something you want to animate for yourself and then you just let it influence your work basically. For this one, I'm gonna keep the shape a bit longer. Draw it a little bit differently. And now I'm gonna also make it break apart. It all comes down to how much time you want to spend on your study, how much you can remember, how detailed you analyzed the thing that you wanted to learn from, how creative you get in the process. The longer you try and working on it, the more techniques you will kind of find out for yourself that will probably work within your animation and get you a little bit better understanding about the animator that you were observing, or like the thing that you were observing. It also works for real life, to be honest, and it's good to always check real life footage to get an actual logical sense of knowledge into your animation. Because animation should the animation of someone else can surely teach you a few things, but it's always good to know about the logical criteria behind it, because that's what the animator that you observed probably did too. Like, he probably used a real life reference and then try to use that method like he observed, or like that knowledge, and put it into his animation. And that's why it feels so real or believable, you know? I think what we are basically studying is not the animation itself, but it's a technique and thought process behind it. And with trial and error and figuring out these techniques, we are having probably a much much stronger learning experience from it, because it will stay in your long-term memory much more intense, and in a whole different way, because you basically still have your own idea, your own influence into it. I think that way you can develop it way stronger, a way more, let's say, a way more original style. I mean, you already will create an original style just by animating. Everyone has like a complete different mind. Everyone has a complete different idea about what they want to do. Everyone learns differently. Everyone, catches up informations differently and stuff like that. But it's just, I think it's another way to learn or actively learn about animation that a lot of people might have not considered. You do not need to have necessarily high standards or high goals. Like, sure, it's good to have these, or like have that kind of inspiration and always hold it in front of you every day. But it can happen that this goal might be more of a pressure than it becomes actually helpful or like inspirational. Can become very frustrating also at times. So that's where you need to like break it down into simple steps and you know uh, get a mm, be a bit more careful about how you proceed some things. You cannot expect to learn everything instantly or very fast. So it's always good to go onto some things more carefully. Okay. So now I'm gonna make the water, break down the shape, falling already, splitting up into particles, like previously done. We're almost done with the scene though. The other thing we just need to do is one more layer at the back. At the back, one more water layer basically, one more wave to emphasize a little bit more depth. And then we have basically recreated the scene from the memory. Well, not we, probably me, but you all stayed with me through the progress. It's not that long anymore. I'm getting slowly there. It's not that many frames anymore. Yeah, holy shit, man. Like, how long must have taken for Matsumoto to draw out these water effects all the time with all these particles? I already feel the pain. Like, holy crap, I'm spending so much time onto these. I'm spending more time onto these than on on the actual wave in front. It's pretty nuts. Yeah, okay. I think I'm gonna post it on social media and just add it to the link of the live stream later on. I'm pretty sure it would take a while again until the live stream is completely online like last time. But I'm gonna post a link about it. We have some water particles over here. Man, this really takes a while. Jesus. Animating water is no joke. Oh, it's the last stream. Nice. What ethnicity is yeah? What does the word actually mean? Okay, that's really cool quote. But now I can put this in the fridge. For animators who have trouble getting motivating, getting trick. What Discord server is good? Um, there are many good Discord servers out there. It's just you, like you need to find them yourself, kind of. I think you need to find the server where you feel most comfortable in actually for yourself and the community. So you could either, feel comfortable in a stick figure animation community if you're more into animating stick figures, so like Hyun's Dojo or Animate, which is anim and then 8, like the number 8. Then there's the Animator Guild server from Howard Wimsers, which is basically directed at all the people who want to learn animation and find a community. I don't know if how is it called, Tonico? This one animator that does very great tutorials. Has a Discord server. But yeah, actually most artists out there, most animators out there already have Discord servers online. So just find the one where you believe, alright, this animator is very cool, I like his work, and then join their service and try to learn from them. I think that's the best way you can do, or best thing you can do. If you want to join certain servers where there's a higher standard, probably like Zeta or something, then it might be a little bit more troublesome to get into these servers because they have certain requirements that have to be met. And this certain requirement means, all right, you need to be actually very good, or like get into the professional level direction, or at least show a lot of potential that can get into that direction. It's not one. There's like some private service that's basically just for people who actually worked kind of hard and you know ended up in the place. And the most people who are on these servers are also have been there for a longer period of time, so they all know each other, or like know each other a bit more in depth. Getting into these kind of servers can be hard, but if you join a new server, it can most likely become one of these servers too, if it's handled carefully by the server owner, I think. It's all about your priorities. As a community, you will probably grow very fast, and you will probably become one of the great servers yourself after a while, as long as all of the people seriously stick to animation, try their best to improve, and try to learn from each other. So in the end, any animation server can be good. It just depends on you, really. I also seen a lot of people who are like not have been in any animation server at all, but they are just already good. Like they just know how to learn for themselves. They do not like they do not even try to, find other communities. They just they just know how, like, figured it out for themselves. There's probably not many people like these around, but they also exist. But yeah. Sometimes animation communities can be very eye-opening in the terms that they give you maybe quality criticism to your work, that open up new ways of thinking about your work. But it can also be very misguiding and misleading or distracting. It yeah, it's like, on the other hand, you always have that one server where you can communicate, talk to the people, and have like a point to return to. But on the other end, it's like you will might spend too much time like inside the server talking out to the people instead of actually actively doing something and spending your time actually animating. Like, being in service and talking to people can, as I said, like, can give you good advice, but they can also be very have an opposite effect, and you will maybe need even longer to improve and to learn, because you're not too focused about the thing you actually want to learn about, and too focused about the opinion of someone else. Hopefully that makes sense to you. I'm not trying to talk bad about any animation server, by the way. It, in the end, it all depends on you after all. Nobody's Nobody else is responsible for your improvement than yourself. Like, you are the only one who is in control. Nobody else can control you and the way you want to learn animation. Okay, I don't know if I'm found all the holes. Probably not. Hmm. Hopefully, I just want a bucket fill tool this. Oh, come on, dude. Very annoying. Okay, where is the hole? Is it this one? Yes, I found it. Great, nice. Come on. The pain. Now I need to go through the drawings, find the holes, and then test if it's working out or not. Sometimes it's not necessary a hole itself, it's just the line is too thin, and then the color just goes through. This takes a lot of time. But yeah, filled in color can add so much to an animation, or to the volume of the thing you're drawing. So definitely suggest to do it for some of your work, just so you learn how to at least work a little bit with colors, how to close your gaps, the holes. How do you draw more accurately to the character designs? That's a good question, to be honest. Like, definitely use a character sheet. Always have the character sheet aside to your animation when you want to draw a certain character. Make sure in your gestures, the volume and the drawings are already kind of accurate. So of course this takes a lot of time until you get to this point. But since you asked me, I'm just gonna give you the answers. Yeah, and the rest is drawing experience. Drawing a lot. Maybe it helps if you start working in anime at some point when you get to that level, and work with the corrections of a director. Since the director will have very crazy drawing skill, he will basically correct your drawing, and you can then trace over it. It's also like you learn a little bit about the drawing and the way the director approaches the drawing when you trace over his drawing. The learn effect is not super crazy, but the learning effect is not super crazy, but it definitely is very eye-opening. Okay, actually, it's super crazy. Actually, you learn a lot. Because you also need to use these drawings most of the time to stay more model. I definitely learned a lot through anime already. Like, probably so much. First of all, because of um, the rough circumstances, or like the rough, how to say, the rough conditions. Yeah, it's the rough conditions that kind of bring you onto the next level. But to fulfill these rough conditions, you need to have a massive amount of commitment, a massive will to grow. You must definitely really like to work on this kind of stuff and spend all your time on it. Like, you need to be ready to spend all your time on it if you want to work in anime. Or like in animation in general. Animation is just drawing million amounts of frames. Not everyone wants to do that. And I don't think animation is for everyone at some point. It depends on what kind of animation you do, though. If you're doing like flash animations with rigged characters, it's probably a little bit more easy, and yeah, you don't need to focus on redrawing the characters so too often. There's probably a few productions that make animation look much easier. Or as I said, doesn't have that high standard of redrawing something so often and with a crazy amount of details like you would do in an anime. Yeah, your health comes first. Very important point. Really take care of your health. Get that sleep in, get that time in with your family, get that food in, maybe do sport. Well, you should probably do sport if you want to like do animation work in the long run. Sport will be very beneficial to you so you don't suffer from back problems or all kind of other things. Sport also helps you to have a deeper sleep, a more a better sleep. Eating healthy will help you to reduce your blood pressure and not get stressed out too much. Like healthy eating also like will reflect your mood. Like it will reflect itself inside your mood. Like I think that's scientifically proven. Um, there's like documentaries about this, maybe on Netflix. For example, I've watched Game Changers. And it's mostly about plant-based diet and stuff like that. Yeah, it's probably not for everyone. But just make sure you eat a little bit healthy from time to time. So I recommend watching it. You don't need to turn like vegan instantly. What would probably not the worst thing though? Like becoming vegan is probably still something you might consider in the long run if you want to do something for the planet and for animals and stuff like that. I'm not vegan, by the way. Like I still eat meat and stuff like that. But sometimes I think, oh yeah, maybe that would be good if I would stop eating meat. Okay, there's one more water effect to go. Hey, we almost did it. Uh, it's gonna happen around here. New animation layer. Taking breaks definitely also very important. Okay. This layer might be a little bit more easier to do since he's coming from a position that's way more far behind. So I'm actually just gonna lasso fill to this one. Can barely see it. I don't even go bother like drawing it out too detailed. since it's probably mostly not in the frame anyways. So this one is drawn very roughly. With the Lasso filter this time, since it's not actively showing too much in the frame. Okay, one more layer and we got this, and then we're through, and we got the first scene done. And the first scene took us probably around 3 hours. How often do you animate? I animate every day. Like, there's no exception. And it depends how I feel. It can vary, like, a lot. When I don't have too much to do, or I don't feel too pressured by the deadline, or like I need a break, I maybe animate like 3 hours, like I would do right now, and then I would probably stop. If it's just, then I would probably just do one shot or one cut. But if I like feeling it and I'm really into it and I really want to get something done, then I can go up to 18-20 hours. It really depends. 20 hours that's when it becomes very risky and very unhealthy, because uh, then I can probably also not sleep very well on the day after that. And it's mostly just happens when the deadline's coming too close. But yeah, what the most healthy amount of time I suggest is probably between 3 to 6 hours or something. And since most people are kind of new, I suggest to maybe start off with maybe 1 or 2 hours a day, and then on the weekends you're trying to steadily bring it further, or like then you're trying to increase the time. Or maybe when you have like a really ambitious project, really take your time to get as much out as possible, and do that thing basically, like. It all depends on you. Just as I said, like as already previously mentioned in the chat as well, take care of your health. Um, don't go don't go too mad. Make sure you eat, you sleep, you rest, take a break from time to time, etc. Very important. Okay, last layer I'm gonna do now. The layer in the back, it's gonna be also kind of darker color, and I'm gonna animate it in threes as well, but it's gonna be differently timed, so it looks, though the timing is a little bit offset. That's a little bit too dark. we also want to have some waves in the background. Okay, now you can barely see it. Okay, that's it. Probably that's the scene, I guess. Oh wait, what we could do, let's add some shapes onto it. Oh wait a second. So it will feel like there's more depth into it because there's one more wave in the back. That one is done much more fast and easily, as you can just see a glimpse of it. But it will add a little more feeling to the depths of it. I can't even pronounce the word, man. I always say that. Okay. I'm gonna add a camera now, and then we're gonna play it one time, two times. I'm just gonna have a camera pan going from here to here. Or maybe I think I'm just gonna have a camera pan from left to right instead. Having it move very linear. Okay. See, put all the layers into the camera like this. Gonna save the file. And we got the first shot basically done. That's probably also the hardest one. And that's the final result that you see right now. Took me 3 hours. Well, not exactly 3 hours. But yeah, maybe it looks already kind of professional. You can see how they blast out of the water, and the water is like splitting up into the particles with some very good detail. Yeah. Then I'm gonna go to the next scene now. So the next scene, we have Sasuke in the back, and he is basically fighting off clones. So I'm gonna save this once again. I'm gonna call it part 1. Gonna make a complete new file. So this one will be a little bit easier. It's also gonna be a 1 second shot, around 1 second. Thank you, man. Win Sasuke and Naruto. Dead water. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. It was very fun to animate. I'm happy about it too. And if I'm happy about something, it's always a good thing. Then I feel like I actually done something. Okay, this time I'm actually just gonna use 2 layers. Call it and fill. Layer B. So is this gonna take? I don't know how long this is gonna take, but we have quite a few clones to animate. So first of all, we need the background again. So we're gonna do that. If I remember the composition correctly, this time the background was a little bit lower. Stones were kind of like here. But yeah, you can see how long I've taken just to draw 1 second of animation when I want to look at, have it a very quality look. But yeah, it definitely was, the reason was definitely the water. The freaking water effect. I definitely underestimated that one. But it's good to know now that it actually takes quite some time to do. And drawing these many particles definitely was kind of fun to do as well. I'm gonna draw a silhouette for the trees over here that kind of pop up. Maybe we see a little bit of a mountain in the back, like a very slight silhouette. Probably there's also clouds. Okay. Now we got our background. It's done. We gotta animate the water first. So now we have a little bit brighter view. Like we look a little bit further into the distance. So Sasuke is standing around here, so we're gonna draw a really small Sasuke. He's not moving, or maybe we're gonna make him move. I don't know. I'm not sure yet. I will see in a bit. So we could add. So if I want to make it like a bit more interesting, I could probably have him move in the background. I'm gonna make him probably very static, and then slowly make him maybe move up and down because of the wave. But yeah, I'll see. The wave is moving in front this time. Okay, we're gonna use the same color palette that we used on the first one. So I'm gonna roughly sketch out where it's gonna be. Okay, and then we have my favorite tool that I'm just gonna drop in front. So this time the water surface will be a little bit different. Animating all this water, dude. Holy crap. That must have taken so long. You would think it's a minor detail, but it definitely adds a lot to it. Okay, now we added some silhouette to it. You can see how the water instantly got some depth to it. You can definitely see like this is like the first this part here is the first one. I have another part over here. Breaking it down. And we need the third color. And now everything is gonna start again. We could now try to break away from the original. That would make it a little bit more interesting. Oof, that could be so hard though. I'm thinking about a zoom in effect. So it's basically the water's coming towards us while we basically are on the same level as the clones when they come into the picture. I think for this one I might need to look at the reference again and observe how he introduced the clones into the image, because to me right now this is not so clear. I can't remember it correctly. I could either like try it out, or I could like go the easy way that I'm probably gonna do right now and just look at the reference. Or maybe I shouldn't look at the reference. Actually, I'm thinking, should I do it? I think I'm not gonna look at it. I'm just gonna do my own thing. I actually should probably take a break since I'm already streaming for 3 hours. Usually that should be around the time when you should take at least a little 5-minute break. So, please vote now. Do you guys want to take a quick break, grab something to eat, something to drink, take a dump, whatever it's needed. Pre-time skip Naruto and Sasuke, right? Okay, we're gonna do a 5 minute break. Then I'm gonna grab some water, and I'll be back in a bit. Gonna save the file for now. What time do we have? All right. So, one more information. I'm gonna probably gonna eat in around 2 hours or something, and that's also where the end of the stream's gonna be. So we might just animate one more scene, and it really depends. Maybe I'm gonna rough out, or maybe I get to the point where I still can rough out the third scene. But yeah. Okay, we're gonna take a small break then. I'll be right back in 5 minutes. Grabbing some water, grabbing something to eat. Okay, the break is probably not over yet. It's probably still 2 minutes to go. Uh, Hopefully you guys learned something so far, and was kind of entertaining. I also hope that I haven't talked too much bullshit, and most of it is kind of relatable. It looks hard, and it can be overwhelming. Yeah, that's true. Um, but after a while, you will probably slowly adapt. Like, I think it's hard at first for most people to build this patience and sit down, take their time to work. Um, because every new animator wants to be good very fast. You know, everyone wants to be seen. Everyone is craving for this attention, and they think that the animation they create, that the attention is what makes them good or look good, makes them look good. Whoops. But it's not the attention that makes an animator look good. Like, I've seen this TED talk about paying attention, you know, like there's this one guy, he's an actor on Batman, and he gave that very cool TED talk about attention and how it destroys our creativity. And I think that's really the issue for a lot of people nowadays. When when we start animating, we're getting distracted so fast, so often by other things, and we are not focusing on the one thing we want to do right now. And yeah, that's definitely the skill that we need to get is how to pay attention, you know? Okay, anyways, I think the 5 minutes should be over right now. I drink a little bit of water. I ate a banana. Let's get into the second round. If you guys still can keep up, that is. So, Sasuke is right here in the middle of the screen. And layer B is water, layer A is Sasuke. I'm gonna have like a really slow motion for Sasuke going on. I'm gonna animate it with the same timing as the water because he's like basically standing on the water. Um, yeah. Um, gonna animate this in threes again. Let's see. Oof. That can look very overwhelming, I'm pretty sure. I'm basically painting frames. So, what I'm gonna do now is gonna animate the wave in the back first, because it's gonna move slower than the one in the front. Like it's have, and with slower I don't mean the slower timing, but just the slower spacing. Also through spacing you can show depth. Spacing and timing go very close together, and I think most people don't really understand the concept behind it, or like they don't understand it deeply enough. Very hard. It's very, very hard. But yeah, everything can mostly be learned through correct problem solving. If you do enough problem solving, you'll figure out techniques and stuff like that. But so also like a lot of observation is needed. I'm animating the silhouette of this one color first, because that one will be the leading silhouette. So all the other colors that I'm gonna add, like the highlight and the shadow, they're just gonna follow it. It's like I'm basically painting right now, but even if you paint something, you need to go step by step. I don't know when I learned about this, actually. I just randomly came across it, to be honest. It's definitely a nice way to save time and have a finished colored product right away. And also makes it like think a little bit different. Might be a very advanced technique already. Probably just does not work for everyone. Ah, damn it. Okay. We're almost there. But and then we got the silhouette in the background. Done, basically. I think I'm gonna draw a little bit more background on this part right here, because I'm gonna have the camera like going in this direction. Oops. Kind of like this. Okay. Let's see. And we have this big wave in the front. It's gonna have a larger spacing. And there's more in the front. So you can see there's like kind of a bigger gap between the frames. I'm using kind of this point right here as guideline. And the shape can definitely change. It doesn't matter that much. I mean, I will change it anyway as soon as I start adding the highlight and the shadow. You will ask me how I keep track of that. I don't know myself, to be honest. I just hope it will work out. Because now I got like 2 layers I need to think of. Okay. Time for the actual complicated part. Let's add in colors. I need to have this color filled in over here. I said I'm gonna use the full canvas for this, probably. Almost full canvas. Okay, should be fine like this. We're gonna try to go for kind of more straighter lines. I'm just gonna animate the wave in the in the front. Oh, Rio, hello! Hello, my friend. How's it going? Nice to see you around. Oh, Maxi, wow, hello, hello. How do you fight choreography scenes? Uh, Sometimes they pop out in my head, and then I'm using it and just trying to do them. But yeah, all my things in my head are basically just a collection of all the information I've gathered as an animator over a long time. And if you practice a lot, you will get the idea, I think. Choreographies and stuff like that, self-practice. But if you need inspiration, watch watch kung fu movies. Not necessarily old ones, also new ones. Things like Ip Man, IP Man. No, Ip Man. I think it's Ip Man, right? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't want to insult Ip Man. Ip Man is pretty awesome. Yeah, the movies with Jackie Chan are definitely very gold. Jet Li is also very cool. There's so much actually good stuff out there that I'd suggest to watch. Just look up martial arts in general. I also like MMA. That's like very brutal fighting. I also like to see, monks or something doing their thing. Monks have like this crazy. They have such a crazy how do I say? Uh, they have such a crazy couple body strange. I'm sorry, I just almost used the German word right here. Monks are just incredible. Honestly, it's like they are like completely different. Not sure if they are actually humans because they spend their whole life to actually mastery these kind of things. It's incredible. Honestly, just can't describe it in words how incredible that is. Also being capable of like meditating for so long and uh you know always striving to be good people probably. I do not know exactly how it actually goes inside, like how it actually is inside a temple, something. I just watch documentaries and all that, so I on 100% can't tell if it's really like that. I mean, in the end, they're also humans, hopefully. The rate. You and Warping. Oh yeah, Tony Jaa is fucking awesome. I have no clue if these silhouettes actually make sense. I just hope they do. I'm just kind of drawing how I feel like it might be correct. Okay. Let's just hope it works. Now I'm gonna draw the one in the back. And they shouldn't change too much. They need to be a little bit more consistent. Okay, that's about consistent. uh, I'm trying. Just maybe it will look good as soon as I put the highlights on top of it. Okay, over here doesn't matter that much. Hello, Ken Senpai. Hmm. Oh, so there are actually other people who also like to talk about, watch, and observe. That's good. I think that's definitely one of the best skill we all have, to be honest. To watch and observe. Probably probably the one that makes your animation like stand out the most. If you can actually apply what you observed. Mm-hmm. Okay, I don't want to overdo it too much anymore. So that's gonna be it. It looks okay, I think. We will definitely see better once it's all done. No, just gonna try to wrap around these silhouettes. Make them move. this one back. Okay, it's gonna take a while. Holy crap. I hate animating water. That's what I can tell you after this thing for sure. Why did Norio Matsumoto do this? Why did they all do this just to make this epic scene, man? Just so I can realize in the end when I try to reanimate him and like that's just suffering. Just so I can understand suffering. Holy crap. I definitely added too much. Once again. I think I could have broken it down easier and do it faster. That's exactly what I'm trying to do now. I'm gonna go faster again. Might look a little bit wonky at times then. So yeah, so in the end of this video, I'm just gonna tell you guys, yeah, do not study Norio Matsumoto. Do not animate water. Do not paint frames. Basically, don't do anything what I just told you in the video, and put it all into the bin. Put it all into the trash. Yeah, don't just simply don't listen to me. So yeah, that's the lesson that I wanted to give you guys. Just just don't do it. Jesus. So basically, if you like your life, then don't become an animator, I guess. Okay, but I actually finished. I think it looks kind of decent. There might be some lines going a little bit wobbly, a bit too crazy. But you can clearly see there's like multiple planes of waves going on, I think. And it's all done through spacing. Since our brain breaks it down into these very big shapes and the one in the back. So these, if you animate these slower and these in the front faster, you have a very deep feeling of depth. And it's just basically it's just spacing. It's all about the spacing. The timing is still the same. This has been one heck of a tutorial. Yeah, dude, it's not a tutorial anymore. Oh, I guess. Then I appreciate if you guys think it looks good. Definitely doing that. It's very simply done, as I said. So if you're like getting a little bit more advanced with the Lasso fill tool, you guys will figure this out very fast and how actually convenient it is. It's super cool. I like it, and you also learn how to draw shapes because that's all you do with the Lasso fill tool. You're drawing shapes. Okay. So we got layer 1 down, which is the hardest layer of all of them probably. I think even if I would like draw multiple characters right now, it wouldn't be as hard as drawing this water that I just drew. Though the hardest part is basically behind us now. I'm gonna add some more background. Because this part will be still shown in the final later on. So I'm also making this one a little bit more detailed. Adding trying to emphasize, like make the lines a little bit thicker. So I'm going over it a little bit more often. Okay. We successfully. Great, Chris. Your English is great. Nice. Created the water effect. I don't even want to try to say this word again because I'm definitely gonna fuck it up again. Yeah. Apologize. My English is very trash. Sometimes, probably most of the time. But yeah, as long as you guys can understand me, it doesn't matter. You guys know that I'm talking about sex. I mean success, right? Okay, I think I've reached a phase where my brain is slowly rotting away. Yeah, and I'm getting a little bit distracted about the thing I'm doing right now. uh, your cursing is great. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. It's good to know. At least something is good. Come on, gonna add some more clouds. I mean, not the cloud from Final Fantasy VII, but clouds in clouds, you know. Okay. Now the image is a little bit more stretched out, looks a little bit cooler. Okay, I'm just checking if I drew on the right layer, because that also happens sometimes, drawing on the wrong layer. Okay, time to draw mini Sasuke. He's basically just moving up and down. As you can see, I'm flipping back and forth again with the frames. So I can get the feeling for the motion. Definitely still the best technique out there. Whoa, his head shrank so much. No, he's like just going slowly up and down. It's like he's having an idle motion going on, getting ready to do his moves. I don't even care about drawing this correctly anymore. He's so far away anyways. So while his head is going down, his legs are slowly coming up. He's basically rebalancing himself onto the water. No, his head's also going up. Okay, and then I'm gonna like having him go into a more straighter posture. Just like slowly lifting up his head. I don't know what type of martial arts he's using. I definitely need to probably study the actual martial art style if I want to get this one down correct, like get the next scenes correctly. Because that is basically where where Norio Matsumoto put a lot of time into referencing these martial art fights. As some of you know, there are some references to Jackie Chan movies and stuff like that. Okay, Sasuke's done. He's now moving a little bit with the wave. Probably not as much as I want him to. He's just doing a random move. So we just animate the motion. The other part is very easy. We can just, reposition the frames. And it gives the illusion of like him moving on top of these waves. Oh. No, he's like he is one with the wave, man. He's the wave. He's doing the wave. Haha. Get it? Holy shit, that was terrible. Okay, now for the actual fun part. Naruto clones flying towards Sasuke. I'm gonna break down. I'm gonna animate 2 Naruto clones on layer C and 2 Naruto clones on layer D. So well, this one's gonna be a little bit more tricky because because of the perspective. So Sasuke is our focal, is our point, like it's probably like kind of on point of the 1 point perspective. So the curves and that Naruto is gonna fly towards him. It's gonna be kind of around. I'm gonna use a cylinder to actually show it more properly, and emphasize the depth. Kind of like this. It's kind of the curve that Naruto is flying towards Sasuke. You can see that I'm trying to emphasize the perspective that way. Kind of like this. I'm not using red arrows like Howard, but I'm taking it one step further. I'm using actual arrows with volume. It's a blue arrows. It's a next step. No, I'm just joking. I like the red arrows. They're cool. But yeah, you guys get the idea. So now yeah, Sasuke's vibing, bro. Like most martial arts and anime are like Jet Li, Jet Kundo and Wushu performance art. I see, interesting. This is not a commission. it's not a freelance project either. It's just something for fun. To it's simply for education. Hello to Brazil. Um. Okay. When I see Chris, I'm gonna steal his computer. Hello, Tallywave. No, you won't. And if you do, I'm just gonna buy a new one. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have them come in a little bit late. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm gonna have him like... I'm gonna have the first 2 frames in once. Okay, so how do I actually draw a narrator? This part is very hard because, Jesus, I'm not as good as Mr. Matsumoto in drawing perspective angles. Holy crap, like he's a beast. He even has some very great idea about to draw cloth. Have that inside his animation. Okay, so it's gonna come in very fast, zooming by very fast. I could probably just have a smear frame, which I should have probably used. So now it's a question, how is he flying, dude? How can I stay steady with the perspective? Oh yeah, I forgot they are also rotating. They are like, it's like becoming very complicated right here. Maybe I'm just gonna keep it this rough. then okay, this is not right. Okay, so what's definitely off is the arc right here. Fixing arcs. Fixing size. Fixing the frame itself. Okay, I'm gonna reduce the number of frames because I definitely used too many. I'm gonna come in. Boom. Okay, now I just need to make sure that the arc is followed correctly. And he's still rotating into the right direction. Boom. The last frame is wrong. Okay, we got one down. Just 5 more to go. I wanted to have another one in this layer. Gotta make sure that perspective is correct. Hold on a moment. Oh no, it's fine. Okay. The first one was my test. The second one will have a little bit more solid construction. Without perspective guidelines, it will probably be tough to draw it correctly. I think I should have done perspective guidelines. Let's just hope it's fine like this. This one is a little more straight. He's not rotating so much. I'm gonna add some rotation to the next ones maybe. Whoops. Wanna have him go down. It looks like a penguin, man, at some point. I don't know, man. I don't know why, but it looks like a penguin to me. Ah, I guess I'm gonna be a penguin animator. The water looks smooth, but the secret is it's animated on threes. It's actually not smooth. It's smooth when it's animated on twos. Let's ask about a plank. Naruto penguins. Very cool. Okay, I'm gonna animate 2 more on this and 2 more on the last layer. Nice clone scope. We're almost done with the theme, by the way, if we got the clones down. Let's assume the clones will take longer too, though. Okay. Okay, his arc is very off. Oh, that's much better. Yum. Dude, that's so fast. Holy crap. It looks so funny, dude. Holy crap. Uh... I'm enjoying this. I'm really enjoying this. Okay, I guess that's the fun part that Norio Matsumoto animated. I guess that one saved him from insanity. Yes, that's true. How do you frame the timing perspective? It's not about the timing actually. It's about the spacing when you're trying to animate something perspective. Um, if you want to like learn about that kind of stuff, you probably should check out the video from Tonico Panic. Wait, I'm gonna try to find his. I'm gonna try to find his name. I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't wanna like do it wrongly. I'm gonna send his name into the chat. Mm, yeah, yeah. That's the guy, man. Sir burps a lot. Also, Top or Yume Top. Don't worry too much about it. Just please don't overdo it. You know, like don't spam at least. You know, that's like a very simple rule to follow, I think. And it's also not. I'm not angry about it or anything. I just don't want to you to go too crazy about it. Saying it once will be enough. Then you say it like after 30 minutes one more time or something if you like want to come back at it. But I don't like bring it up or spam it into the chat. It feels like you want to be heard, you know? That's why I thought you would want to have attention. Okay. Definitely going more and more into the right direction. Or maybe we should just keep it at 4? Should I add 2 more? I think I'm gonna add 2 more at the end, something. Dude, animating Naruto is super fun, Mickey. Like, just try it at some point. Like, try to observe, like, some Norio Matsumoto consume his Sakuga mates on a daily basis. And at some point, you'll just get around it, animating it, and you're like, oh, come on. Actually, I want to try that too, man. Or, like, there's, like, a few things. Especially, Norio actually deforms his character so much. It's actually very fun when you, like, look through it frame by frame. I think mostly what makes us recognize that it's still the character is the colors, actually. No, the colors play a super big role. But for this one, I've drawn a few details in the actual face. Yeah, I want to study more Norio Matsumoto, that's why I'm animating Naruto for Sasuke. Still one of my favorite fights, man. One day I want to animate the craziest Naruto vs Sasuke fight. Or like the craziest tribute. Maybe this is the animation I'm talking about. Wait, you banned people playing Panda? Holy crap. I need more moderators. Please call up with me. Yeah, they see you, Panda. Say hi to YouTube. Wow, so many people watching. Thank you a lot for coming around and listening to my TED Talk. Yeah, the stream is gonna be up later on the channel, so you can always like look it up. There's probably some stuff that you will learn, maybe, hopefully, especially that animation just takes so much time. Okay, I got 5 clones animated. They're all very fast. And now it's time for Sasuke. It's Sasuke time. I got actually 1 exact hour for more animation that I'm gonna stream. And after this, I will go. Like, then the stream will gonna be over. So basically, the stream went on for 5 hours then. And yeah, that should be enough, I guess, to learn something. That's at least what I hope. Yeah, we're gonna make this a little bit more interesting now. So we're gonna start with our camera on the very side. Some smooth interpolation. Having it slowly moving until this point. And from here on onwards, it's flying up, following the Naruto clones. Okay, let's see how it will look like with the camera. Gonna save the file. Maybe a little bit too quick for my taste. So I'm gonna delete this one keyframe. Instead of just going down. I'm gonna have it, oops, move the camera a little bit more upwards in more of a curve. I want the camera to be more of a solid curve. It will look a little bit better. Doesn't add too much. So now I could think of repositioning the characters, but yeah, they are all. The only one who's like flying in the actual very wrong direction. So yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reposition some of the frames on this layer. Okay. This might need some fixes. They are moving too even, and he's coming in from another angle, so his position is completely off. So I need to fix that. Okay. This will probably look a little bit more appealing now. Or hopefully it does. Okay, now he's going down very fast. He's having a very weird weird pathing. Not 100% perfect, but probably better. The other clones make up for it. I'm gonna go onto this layer. I'm gonna select the fill layer and add in some white color so they don't look so transparent. Please bring me back on layer C. Okay, so this one is also falling kind of consistent. I'm gonna reposition that one as well. And I want to have some white color for this one. So I'm selecting the layers I want to color in. Oops. Same goes for this one. I think my layer thing is a little bit too big. So I'm selecting the right layers I want to color in. This should look good then. Right, let's see again. Yep. Okay. I like this better. Okay, then this one is done too. Woo! Flying clones. Okay, I'm gonna export this one. Oh, wait. Naruto stream part 1. Yeet! 4 hours for 2 seconds. Woo! That's right. Now you know my struggle. I'm definitely not whispering in your ear, man. That's kind of creepy. I hope you will live again. I'm definitely gonna go live again at some point. The question is always when, because I mostly just stream out of a mood, to be honest, or when I have something I really want to talk about. And since there are so many topics on the internet that have been actually, discussed about in detail, I don't necessarily feel like I need to explain to you guys too much, since there's so much, as I said, so much content already out there that you can learn from. Okay, this part is gonna be the easiest one, because it's just movement, and I feel like that's the most comfortable. Maybe I'm underestimating it though. I think for this one, I might be even able to animate 2 seconds. Whoa, such a change. Okay, we're gonna have 2 layers again. Gonna call this one A. Duplicate this one. Oops. This is not right. I want to select the layer. Okay, let's see if I can actually draw a Sasuke, man. Like, I'm gonna try to draw at least one good frame of Sasuke. Okay, never mind. I actually just changed my mind. I will probably take too long. Let's better not do that. Let's just try to focus on the movement instead. Because that is what we want to do. We want to animate the motion. We want to remember the motion. That's the main thing of our study. We already went too detailed on the water effects anyways. But at least it looks good now. Kind of. Hopefully. Okay, so this is my background. That's enough. That's all I need. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm just gonna add more because my brain. Okay, got my background created. That's about it. Sasuke time. So Sasuke's. We all know Sasuke was we need to have like a composition that's big enough to show Sasuke itself and his movements, and that still make it fit in the characters the Naruto's. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna extend the canvas because I want to see Sasuke's feet, or at least kind of know where the feet's gonna be. So we will need a bigger canvas. Okay. We're gonna add some. We're gonna try to animate a little bit in perspective again. Sasuke doesn't seem to be have the biggest muscles, so we don't draw him too muscular. Maybe maybe a little bit bigger hands instead. The bigger the hands are, the smaller the arms feel like. Since he has his arms lifted, the shoulders is also going a little bit up. He's looking a little bit more upwards in the upper direction. So we can see probably part of his neck. That means the neck I drew is not long enough. Oh man, you guys. Wait, what the hell? What are you talking about? Okay, this chat is becoming a little bit immature. I would like to ask you to stop talking about fingering your phone or talking about ass or something. You can probably do that in your free time. Um, if you have something else to talk about, like some actual interesting content, and that would be greatly appreciated. content for animation. That's what I mean with interesting content, by the way. Okay, I'm actually going to zoom in for this one. I've been drawing zoomed out the whole time. How do I draw his nose? How do I draw him in general, man? I guess for this one you should probably use a reference sheet. If you actually want to draw a specific character that already exists, get a reference. I'm just drawing like my own version of Sasuke right now that I have in my head. The first drawing is always the hardest. After that, it's gonna get a little easier. At least I hope. It's probably not the best Sasuke. It's, damn, it's so off. It's awful, actually. What kind of hair does he have, man? What the hell? How do I draw his hair? Oh, Jesus. I don't want to use a reference. No. Okay, let's try. Okay, I literally can draw him. Definitely need a reference sheet for that. I'm fixing up the proportions now. His cloth. Sleeve. I'm drawing one base frame all the time that's kind of a little bit more detailed. Because if I have that one, I have like it's easier to you know draw the body proportions, like you know what basically what you're working with. I think his arms might be very small. I think the proportions are just off. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go more rough then. This leaves me no other choice. Because otherwise I cannot figure out it perfectly. The legs are not that much of a problem anyways, since I don't need to draw them out like in detail. But for the upper body it would be good if that part is actually kind of correct. Okay, I got my first frame. Let's see. 2 seconds might be a bit too much. 23 frames of character drawing action. Let's see. Depends on how fast I am. So first of all, I'm gonna have him like a slow motion, where it's just basically going into position. So what I'm doing, I'm flipping back and forth, slowly moving the parts. Just need to know where the feet are. And now I'm gonna like break a little bit apart from the things I've observed and give him different motion. I'm gonna do like something I wanna like some other motion I wanna do for myself. Okay, frame number 2. This is my base now. Ja? Essen circa 45 Minuten. Weiß ich. Okay, I'm sorry, this is on stream now. Basically, I'm gonna eat in 45 minutes, but you guys already knew about this. It was basically my brother calling me. Or like informing me, more likely. Okay, so the first thing what Sasuke is gonna do, he's gonna do a kick. Well, on Norio Matsumoto's thing, he probably did some kind of chop or something. Like he did like this. Hoya. I'm gonna have him like kick, like he's making one small side step to the side, and then it's like hoya, like this, right? Oh, my razor is too big. Oh man, such an interesting topic. Hey, do you play Minecraft? Oh Jesus. I guess that's my audience. I debuted in the anime industry maybe, yeah, basically in 2018. but I don't really consider this as my debut because I just worked like maybe on one project. I think the official start when I started working in as freelancer though is last year in May. It's like I'm a freelancer for a year now. So what I'm doing right now, I'm basically roughing out the gesture. And that works the best by animating sticks, actually. Yeah, flipper clip is cool. I basically debuted in on One Punch Man season 2, kind of, yeah. Well, it's not the best anime, I guess. But it's at least something. I'm gonna add some details later. Okay, let's actually give him a little bit of airtime before he actually does that kick. Wait, is it around this time already? Oh wow, we are already slowly coming to an end for this live stream, guys. It's not long anymore, 10 minutes, and then we're gonna end this. The 5 hours has already been reached. Yeah, so everything that's happening now, I apologize. There's probably not that much time anymore. I greatly underestimated the time that I would need, I guess. But yeah, it's something that happens very often in animation. But it always depends on how much time you want to spend on it, on the thing that you're doing. Yeah, basically I'm animating gestures right now, or like sticks. It's the easiest way to keep track of the limbs and all of that, and the posture, the movement. It's the easiest thing to fix as well. I think I've already done that in my previous live stream. And if you have these as a base, you can easily add in the detail on top later on. You always need to consider them, consider your stuff as individual drawings, so you can always come back at them and fix them. So for this pose, he needs to lean much more forward. The finished thing will be later found on my Twitter, or I'm gonna post it on the on my YouTube channel in the thing in the community section. Not sure how much more I'm gonna add. Maybe I'm gonna add one more scene um, later after I'm done with this one. I do not know yet. Okay, the motion itself is good. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's kind of slow at times, so I will probably fix a lot later on. They need to be probably, the motion itself needs to be a little bit more snappy. It feels too, it doesn't feel loose enough. Definitely camera work can help out to make it like more But what I'm mostly doing is repositioning the frames here. No, I'm gonna make him like... Oh yeah, I have a super cool idea. For the last move, I'm gonna like have him start to, you know, rotate. And then it's like making a rotation kick. And then he's like kicking two clones in midair. Like he is like making some kind of double kick. Hold on a second. I'm almost at the pose where I want to actually show what I mean. Since they're coming with so much speed, he just basically has to, you know, stretch out his feet and then do it kind of like this. Uh, and then like when he's doing that kick, I mean, there will be something, you know, something coming with that speed from that direction, right? So he will get pushed away from the impact. And then he's like losing his balance for one frame and regaining it into the in the next one, basically. Doing some kind of backflip. Hopefully the gesture will be clear enough to at least show the motion before I end the stream. But yeah, I think it's gonna look very cool. Okay. Mm-hmm. He is getting a little bit too far pushed away to the side. And it will probably need a few more frames. So I have a wrong landing, a good landing. Maybe I'm gonna use the camera here so It will look very cool when I finish it, so I'm sorry, but that's probably all you're gonna get. Just a stick, man. And I definitely need some fix. Woo, he's sending himself flying. Think the rotation isn't fast enough. So complicated move like this is kind of a challenge. It's definitely far from perfect right now, but I'm gonna figure it out once I'm done with eating. Okay. Yeah, the movie looks pretty shit, but at least the first moves are okay. I also need to fix the timing on this move. Right here, it's too slow. So I'm gonna add in some ones probably to play around with the timing. And make it a little bit more exciting. Probably also the arm position that needs to be fixed. Okay, what time is it? Okay, 3 more minutes. And it's gone. So basically the clone's gonna be over here. It's like two clones flying. And then they getting like pushed away. Okay, that's about it. The stream. They will explode when they hit the ground, if you remember our reference correctly. There's like one more cut after it, and then they kind of hit not the ground but the water, and then they explode basically on the water. Yeah, 90s anime were pretty hardcore. So I'm gonna wrap it up around here. Thank you everyone so much for coming around and watching me live stream. Hopefully you enjoyed it. You could learn something. Hopefully you got a little bit of the idea that I was referring to. Hopefully you learned a little bit by seeing me animating, like how I would, kind of tackle the cuts and stuff like that. Yeah, that's about it, I think. Uh, yeah, a good 5 hour stream. I'm gonna keep the stream on the channel so you can always look it up. And maybe, I don't know, if you have anything to say about the stream or you want to add something to it, just leave a comment later on. The CSP file will probably just for my patrons. And yeah. Yeah, wash your hands. Good thing to do, definitely. Don't get corona. Don't get corona not just because you can survive it, because there are other people around you might not want to have it and maybe can't take it as good as you. Anyways, thank you so much for coming around. It was fun. I enjoyed it a lot. I had a great time. See ya.